Okay, I'm ready, I think. And then I'll just continue playing where we left off. The adventure of the clouded Kokoro. Kokoro! Translation note, Kokoro means hard. Okay, I'll start playing from this where we left off yesterday. And I'll enjoy the show.
Tokiyori, 僕は思うのだよ、ワトソン。ホームズは物憂げに首を振り言った。我々が目にする事件は本当にそれが全てなのだろうか。その裏側に誰も知るもののない物語が隠れているかもしれない。ハーブティーから立ち上る湯気を追うその夢見るような眼差しの先には、きっとあの雪の日の夕刻の情景が浮かんでいたのだと思う。ブライヤーロードの歩道に倒れ伏した若い女性とその背に刺さった狂人。ガス灯の明かりが柔らかく切り取った奇怪な事件現場の情景。不可解な姿なき犯人の事件は薄い霧の中静かに幕を開けたのだった。
Sholmes, right. No Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is dead. Only Sherlock Sholmes here.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, not at all.
It was an enormous hot bell, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night.
What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch on that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. God!
Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare.
Oh, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting. I just wandered in without thinking.
In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year.
I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bell. I really am sorry.
Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less.
London, kawaii! London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Ah, it's him. Hi, ma'am, sir. What? Oh yes. Oh wait. Well.
Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday.
Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practice. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you!
And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I've already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern island. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Guys, I'm a lawyer now! Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that I won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? No, sir, no. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. was to come to terms with. The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel good that we were winning yesterday.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Well, Lord Fancy, it will be a pleasure to ask. I asked for you, my dear Villa. I could have asked for a better defense. I hate this guy. I don't like him. I mean, I guess, you know, like, something's fishy, you know? I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo!
It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away? Immediately following the trial?
No!
What? Mr. McGilded is dead? He's dead. Or like, oh, hey, I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay, wait! He fucking died! Oh my god! I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As we presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, but that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No!
How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. That's awful! The man must have slipped inside with the bailiff. Attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
I mean, what?
How?
Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Something's fishy, really fishy now.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection.
Sorry? What inspection?
You're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
You know, his accent. I don't know what accent is this, but it's hard.
An inspection of the omnibus?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about?
What?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Poor Mr. McGilded. He just fucking died.
Oh god. British court, I guess? So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow.
Yeah, people can summon fire with a fist. And then, boom, the scale tips to one side or the other.
Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old.
Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words.
And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones.
You don't have to call me out! The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can.
Thank you.
The most advanced in the world, is it? And yet, yesterday is a disaster. It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but
that case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Yeah, like how? Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. Well, and that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. That's luck more than anything. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations. I freely admit that much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. Huh? What's going on? What was he going to say before? What? Yeah, he kind of paused. Just a little bit. New case! New case! New case!
Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned?
Don't tell me it's the murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes! Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment.
Oh, thank you, you're nice.
In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Everyone reads my mind in this game! That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Ugh. So the trial's tomorrow. That's not enough time either.
Is everything alright?
Oh yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... Well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I did not remind you of the inevitable outcome.
The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right. Here we go again.
I mean...
Oh! Your time is up! You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. Hello? And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Yeah, I did say that. He did say that. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change the earth in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And I know there's another thing, oh! Another thing? Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me, there's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me! I suppose he would have done if he ever made it to Riverdale. You're out of time. Well, thank you for enlightening discussion.
Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand.
Oh!
I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there?
And he's holding something. Fish and chips?
So, I wish you the best of luck, and I bid you farewell.
And there you go. Hi, sir.
There's something very important I have to do.
Kazuma-sama, what could you possibly mean?
I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Yes, you're right.
Where's Inspector Hosonaga? Is he gone forever? I kinda missed him. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all.
Yeah, I think that's the fish and chips, right? Sir? Hello?
Could we trouble you? It's a self-refilling fish and chips, guys! Oh my god! I want it. How could we trouble you? What do you think? What lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? That's the wrong answer. Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. I'm so flippery about the weather doesn't get every English get any out of your hand, you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you talking to. Ever so sorry. Can't you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, it's too busy with the bigwigs, they say. Oh, because of some bumpkins who's here on George from a country I've never even heard of. Why is he so angry about it? Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation in the yard going to Paris. There's no need to rip us apart as well.
I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Yorinosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer.
Huh?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. So,
huh?
It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it?
Wait! You fucker! It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? She really went...
Oh, I'm a beautiful Japanese girl.
And he just... I hate you, Mr. Detective. So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from the Scotland Yard.
Gregson? Inspector Gregson?
What's the matter with Sato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector Gregson.
Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson?
Huh? Oh! You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato, but he's a London detective.
Oh, I do know him very well, in fact.
Very well?
Yes, he features prominently in the Adventures of the Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, in that book.
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Holmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Holmes? That's incredible! Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with good ideas from time to time.
Mr. Holmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the picked alphabet lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise?
Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not! There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath. Rumors?
Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that!
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that what they were saying. Sure eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be a very hard word.
Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people.
The case. Okay, now let's focus on the case. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it could not be more complicated.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. Ah! A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it was not fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital unconscious. Oh, so it's not yet a murder. She's not dead yet.
That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor women from behind?
I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, Yonosuke, you've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. Oh, he barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit?
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Huh? There's nothing you can do. There is no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that has been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baron Fan Z. Oh, no! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Not just heard. We met a couple of times. What?
Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord Fan Z. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself.
The Reaper of the Bailey. Okay. Lord Baron Fan Z, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he?
When Fan Z stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. His Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it?
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Fan Z, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
And what of it?
Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Alright, he died in a fire. Ah, shit! Magnus McGilda came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Come on, look, if Fan Z could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'll be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. Oh, okay. So even though we get a not guilty verdict, and people have been getting not guilty verdicts in the past, but they all still died one way or another. Is that what you're saying? I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Oh my gosh. Hey, at least the lawyer won't die! Right, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
That's correct, ma'am, and if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53? Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Ripper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too.
But if the man they're arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, would not find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help?
Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes, let's go! Okay. Let's go meet this inmate. Oh, I'm gonna go to the prison first.
These prison cells are where suspects are held whilst they await trial. Visiting is permitted at certain times.
I hope we can visit now. Oh yeah, okay. Local prison, cell 9.
So these are British prison cells.
Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse.
Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Some idiot at the back of the cell, show your face at once! Am I a cat as yet with no name? Calling me my own number, it's utterly unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer!
Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here?
I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese! Huh?
Oh!
It opened! Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! Okay? Okay? They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening even now. I can sense it. Dude, are you okay? Right, so, could you ask you? There you are, you've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't you try to hide it? You're a ghost. A ghost? What? Are you okay? Mister?
We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance?
Oh. This is beyond my wildest dreams. What's up with you? Are you okay? Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in the frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damn dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment! Wait. I need to recover a bit. Wait. Is this guy, like, a JoJo character? I feel like I've seen this face somewhere. Wait! Never mind this. Guy looks like Joseph. No, not Joseph. Jonathan Joestar's dad! And his fucking poses, man. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, with compassion my fellow countrymen showed to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Wait, you're a foreign student? Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example?
Yes. Yes, I can. I will. Sean, stay sullen and silent! Stop. Please stop making poses.
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy.
Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be.
Thank you for your cooperation.
I am a lawyer, as you said. My name's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba.
I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably notorious name Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Okay. Hello. Sosuke Natsume. San. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. What? You mean an alias? Ah,
that's right, Naruhodo-san.
No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home.
Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can do it? No.
What do you mean?
If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language.
What?
How?
What?
Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. How do you study literature without studying the language? What? I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewash!
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh yeah, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. No, wait.
So, why are you here? Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested?
I didn't do it! I didn't commit an atrocious murder.
Murder?
Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife, right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? What? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'll be locked up in here?
Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So, he was there at the scene, but he did not see the attacker.
It's vital that we find out more about the case.
About the case. Oh, so that's why he was scared of ghosts. Okay. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I've been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop was not accursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet.
How terrible!
I called out to the women, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. Yeah, that's definitely gonna get you suspected. No wonder. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know of any of these fair-haired English? Any young women at that? I'm indifferent. I'm different, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Why are you proud of this? I see. A young woman, unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the women, I did not see a soul. No one? Oh, great. Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Huh? What conundrum? Conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Soseki-san had just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he did not know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah, you! What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Oh my god, he's shaking!
Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry?
He did not touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh, yep, she's right. Oh yeah, okay. It was him, that accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Ah, come on. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busy body be gone. It's him. May you be cursed until the end of your days. Herlock Shaw! Hey, I don't know. Of course it's him. I knew it. I knew it.
Mr. Sholmes?
Herlock Shaw. Well, I did not expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police! Put the weapon down! Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I was not eating a weapon! Disgusting dietary discrimination, devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really very well known.
His overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me? This waste-stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time, considering how he deduced his deduction last time. It's probably do you mean to say that Mr. Shong's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you?
That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing questions after question at me. In impossible English. Fiendish foreign flammery.
Well, we are in England.
You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I did not know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. Oh! Oh, okay. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. So that's why you're thrown in jail. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire? Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. will be enough. Oh yes, alright. They really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. You okay, man? But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, too. But this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means.
Oh, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? Are you okay, sir? He's shaking so much. I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, who do you mean?
The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me.
Goodness! Why do you say that?
For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what we're saying. Oh, that's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people, countries, and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I would like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. Ah, you could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for.
Okay. Let's move. Briar Road, the scene of a crime. Let's see what awaits us. What awaits us here. Oh. So this is where it happened. Briar Road.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo!
Oh, is this a scene of a crime?
Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak.
That is their job, you know.
But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the Adventure of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet.
What? The helmet?
Of course. I have to try one on one day.
Well, I hope your happy dream comes true. Susato is so cute. Oh,
hi, mister.
What's the Japanese delegation doing there?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So you've been holding yourself. So you've been to the holding cells then. What did you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It does not bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, the stone-cold air of rejection.
Take heart, London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air.
That makes it worse somehow. Okay. I guess should we con first or examine first? I guess I can. Yes, I wanna look around a bit. There's kind of nothing here. Snowman. Let's just say this. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred.
Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it?
That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. No, what if they use a trick? I don't know. Someone from the window, and then they kind of throw the dagger like shoom. Oi, what you foreigners doing there? We just investigating things. Conspiring with that mustache fella from Japan, are you? Conspiring? No. Come here to destroy evidence, have you? Get out of here before I give you an eating. Go on.
He shoot us away like rats.
Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think.
What a disappointing experience.
They're rude. They're very rude. I'll just talk to the guy. Inspector Gregson. So,
tell me about the Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read it in The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The yard is the most bleh! Wait, you guys, I think I need to take a drink. And take a breath. Okay. Okay. I think I'm ready. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. Amazing! So back then, the police also had a duty as alarm clocks. After that, he started tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all of the gas street lamps.
Oh my!
And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well.
And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yep, they're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit. Man, back then the police is really a tough job, huh?
I always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. About the case. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers, defendant, suspect the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still.
Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
The local map has been entered. Okay, what's this? A straight map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming to not have seen anyone else around.
But just because he didn't see anyone, it does not mean that we can be sure that nobody else was present.
Yeah, they may be hiding or something. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing did not go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Now that's suspicious. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Wait a moment. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh no, and it's a policeman. That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a Bobby. Catching them back in the act and all that.
Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh, shit. I've got no doubt that he'll be summoned as a witness. So that will give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to this suspect. I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. So where the fuck is he? What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Oh. I'm curious. What's up? Who did you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Holmes was with the police when they entered his lodging. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Holmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle! Huh? The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh, okay. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spotting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yeah, he's quite astounding, isn't he?
He is a great help to Scotland Yard tale, isn't he?
You won't gamble! Ever seen this before? Oh, yes, that's Rant's magazine.
The wonderful publication in which the adventure of Sherlock Holmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tales at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be front by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. So, about tomorrow's trial. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, yeah. Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt will touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save that man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, too. Sorry? The Reaper. He has not appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? the violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims and only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, sunshine! Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it did not kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'll be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? Oh my god! Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. That's so edgy. I can't believe. I mean, the Reaper of Old Bailey is also kinda edgy-ish, but Lord of Darkness is just straight up Chunibyo. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yes, what is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes.
Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you going to just ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again.
The trouble is, we have no idea the man's address even.
It's Baker Street!
How do you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage!
So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Sherlock Holmes, not Sherlock Holmes. A new location has been added. 221B Baker Street, the home and the office of the most famous detective in the world. Sato-san really is excited about this. Well, at least this Sherlock Holmes is... Never mind, I was about to say that his house looks normal, but then we look at the interior and there's nothing normal about this. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san?
Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room.
Oh, I suppose they must have been, yep. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
I suppose I can. I definitely know what you're talking about.
So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me.
She's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home?
Oh, do we have a visitor?
Oh, it's the girl.
Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? Wait a moment. Aren't you...
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once.
What the heck is going on? I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here?
Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
The King of what? Where?
The King Wilhelm Gottfried Stiegsmont.
Wait a moment.
King Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there.
The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. It's you!
I knew it. Susato-san recognized her too.
She's from the case yesterday. Ah, there you are. Oh, and taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilder's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know?
Thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color?
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck.
Wait, how did she know all that?
Did Mr. Schultz tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on that boat that brought us to the Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things? Do you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suit? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley.
What? Iris, is it? Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Satomi Kotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Reno. Got it.
Who? What?
Susie?
And Reno? There is more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Okay. It's time to ask our little Wilson. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this? Thinking back now, you laughed with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you?
Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Jenny? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to the trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after all that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
sorrier technician?
Hurley, of course, silly.
Hurley? Wait a moment.
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Holmes?
Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
You're roommates? Oh my god, and they were roommates.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is then. This is so much information.
Oh yes, there is something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the Adventure of Herlock Sholmes and... You have a copy of Rand's magazine? Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness! Oh.
Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
So, you are the author?
Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all of the trouble.
Oh! That was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly. But it's a story! Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you?
So, do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine?
All written by me? Yes! On a wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato-san is getting more and more worked up.
Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine part?
That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine.
No! At 10 years old?
At 10 years old!
Well, that's quite incredible.
But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman! Ah, yes. I did alter the settings slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh! Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow.
Well, if you put it like that, that great detective does sound like a pedophile.
I suppose it does, yes.
Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. So, about your deductions just now. Are you, about before?
Yes? Yes? What's your mind, Reno? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and would just arrive in London, I mean?
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean.
Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course, I'll be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin.
Oh,
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Reno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
but you also said that we only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed her passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh,
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me that you were unaware of London's court affairs.
the Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Oh. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see?
I didn't realize.
And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilden, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at the local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man. Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume.
Now, Reno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
Damn, she's smart.
There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He's silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed to discern something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying, but Hurley style for that.
This is very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man.
You will, won't you, Iris? Please.
Okay. Oh my god. I want you on my team right now. So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his safe voyage, but then the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
The great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking stooped man? Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt.
Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street that night, but it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive power to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty, stooped man shivering in fear.
Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh, Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently.
Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible! I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system.
I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume?
Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody, in that case. Give Gregson this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems.
Ah, okay.
It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know." I trust that won't be a problem. This will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making some more special blends of tea, so come back again soon.
I'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris' curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Is it basically? This is a bribe. Not even basically a bribe. This is a bribe. Oh my gosh. And yeah, Iris Wilson. She's smarter than Sholmes. She's sharper than Sholmes. I'll save twice just to make sure. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Translation note: Kokoro means heart. And we're back to the crime scene. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. He always eating fish and chips. Now I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. Oh wait, present. Here you go, sir. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
we have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
For me? From her ladyship? Ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will ya? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. Oh!
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. Do you mean...
That's right, for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. He got money from it. So, what do you want to know then? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. It says like that. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What did you want to know? Oh my god. Well, if you would not mind, Inspector, we would very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. Wait! It's just there?! Ah, God! Why did we have to pay him 5 shillings? He's like, I don't know, 10 feet away! On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle sprung up. His house was there. That is nearby indeed. It's not even 10 foot away. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed we had to pay him 5 shillings for that. But okay, if I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garden. Right? Well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now then. And long live her ladyship.
Well, at least he told us what you wanted to know before he left.
Yes, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
So, it's just there! It's just one crosswalk away! Oh my god. Okay, fine.
That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here.
According to Inspector Gregson, that's the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings.
Just across the road from the incident took place, I see. Just across the road! It must be awful for Soseki-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. Yeah, I mean, can't imagine that when you were going on a study tour and then suddenly you became a prime suspect for murder. Let's go into his lodgings. Oh! What? What? May I help you? Ah, yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garden? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
What? Why are you surprised?
One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garden.
And then... Did you see that, Miss Usado? That was a real-life English maid.
I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We only need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete.
Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Gandalf will see you now. This way?
Oh! He just sits there? You're just gonna sit there? Good day to you, John Gardner, at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Rinosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me for not getting up. Took a shot to the knee Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwon, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Gardner, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a for-roll, really. Would like to offend General True. So I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why is it crooked? Why is the medal crooked? Why don't you fetch it down, Johan? Let these good people see it properly.
Okay.
Johan. Dash it all, women! Be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yep, I see. That's very quiet. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only to please, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. What? What? We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Why would you stir your tea with your pipe? Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all the detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so...
He's a tsundere!
Anyway, the chef's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a baby. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. So, about Mr. Natsume.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Gardner, please do tell us.
Ah yes, a Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago. Ah! Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful! Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir!
If you want to know my opinion.
I thought he was shady, sir, from the moment I set eyes on him.
Oh? Why?
He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written all across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joanne, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything
else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard.
Could you elaborate?
Well, take the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor's call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. I mean, suspecting someone just because their sleep schedule is different from yours isn't really a wise decision.
Could you clarify something, I wonder?
What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
Uh-oh.
I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and the street level.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times that they go to bed.
Oh. Ah! Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, women! Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Either they're spying or something else. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window?
Yes, we noticed that the windows over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in Gerda household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir, it would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see each other to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well, yeah, was there something? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but at around a certain time... Oh! For the love of God, Joan, what are you doing? Oh, dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, women. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Oh, yeah? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really, Mr. Gerda? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather right. There might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Oh! Joan, dash it all! What is the matter with you, women? She's hiding something. Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garrett. Yeah, not suspicious at all. What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what exactly?
I wish I knew. Okay, so about Mr. Natsume's room. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly, just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Schultz is investigating there, even as we speak.
Yes, told me that's his name, has asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Schultz's service?
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we'll have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
These two are suspicious. You guys are suspicious. I don't think there's anything to investigate. What's this? The carpet looks burnt.
Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. Yeah, I don't think we can investigate anything while these two are here. So, let's go. Move to Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, there's a mannequin echo. Oh, there's a cat! Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
No, me neither.
It's so dark in here too.
Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yep, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Gardeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating.
But there's a cat here. I say we forget about Sherlock Holmes, and just pet the cat. Ah! Kawaii! What? Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after the books while his master is away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a three-color Mikke, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Oh, Kitty! No, don't go away. I regret. No, I want to see Kitty again. Oh, what's this? This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins there too.
Oi. Ah, I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo.
A gas meter?
Yes, it seems there is piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter.
So if we were to put a coin in the slot,
that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night.
So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in dark and freezing cold.
That's right, as would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes.
Ugh, London is a scary place. Yeah, you can't really bring, bonfire. There's no chimney here. So you would have to rely on the gas. What else? Let's see. Oh, right. We can go there. Huh. That's weird. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
Ah, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Wait a moment. What? Where's Sherlock Holmes?
There's nothing here. Oh, there's something. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books.
Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the date of the incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in a terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
Let's see. A second-hand book receipt. A receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. Oh! He just fucking appears there! What is up with you? Oh, there's something up here, but not interactable. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them in English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full, they've just fallen out.
I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you?
Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess.
I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth.
Let's just talk to Sholmes.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo! He's just there, sitting, reading.
Aha! There he is! Where the hell did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Oh, you too, good day. Now, let me see, where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria.
Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see, what happened on the voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Huh?
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. He remembered it wrong.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Holmes!
What an honor to be remembered vaguely. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. You flip them. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. Ha 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 ha! I lose for the first round. Gosh. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street Zoo the other day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvement a little. A little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words for... I really want to hit him! Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. Ah, he means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Okay, so let's talk about the case. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in this arrest for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies that. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
Huh?
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim: "We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of the man seen fleeing the crime scene."
Oh, okay.
Ah, a man seen fleeing, so not necessarily the man who committed the crime. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So, you don't think that Mr. Natsume is the culprit? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no.
Oh dear.
Basically, you just got sidetracked. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrett, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution, that is the service.
And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution, that is service? What are you guys talking about? Just say that it's the first time you guys ever met a soldier and a maid. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
Primer? And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran Mr. John Garrideb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Where or not it imposed on the circumstance of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. Wait, I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. But isn't he just saying that he's hiding something? And it has something to do with him being a middle-class person? The dingy room. This room is terribly suffocating for my soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one! But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there was a window. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows, but precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Wait, really? Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly close windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust! Forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. I don't think that I would live in the room with no windows. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Oh. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? Oh, you remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder, to the occupant of this room? Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Oh. My dear fellow, I have not the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes?
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something.
Mr. Gardabis?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probe a little deeper into Mr. Gardeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. And there he goes. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Wait, he's back to reading books? Oh, he is. Okay, have fun, Mr. Sholmes. Could you even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one time, after all.
Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So, it really is just a wall then, isn't it? But why would... Oh, I should have investigated this before talking to Sholmes, right? Because it's explained now why they block up the windows. The tax! The window tax.
And look at this. Cat? Oh, cat?
Nothing else? Just a cat?
Cat! Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Manekineko all the way here from Japan.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling aboard. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? I mean, people keep hearing your thoughts. I don't know, man. Either everyone in this game is a mind reader, or you're just too easy to read.
Okay, let's go back.
Let's move to Mr. Garadeb's room. Oh, they're away now.
Hey, time to do sneaky.
Ah, there you pair. Damn it! I thought you guys were away. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Ah, yes, rings a fake bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Now then, why don't you tell me what— Ah! For the umpteenth time, women, will you watch what you're barely doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'll be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all of your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. Ah, I wanted to look around this room. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem to open up to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Yep. Let's do some digging, and I think someone's there. Why is he there? Are you okay? Oh, something's... Should I just talk to Sholmes first? Ah! What is doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever you were doing over by the window. I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of travels. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Oh, it's time! Mr. Garrideb, it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions that I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's foul rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of the beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not so easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction. The game is afoot! Topic number 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. Oh, yeah, that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Oh! For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrideb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. It's wrong, isn't it? No. I'm not gonna read his wrong conjecture. La 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 la. In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had living, breeding specimens shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. First of all, I don't think lions come from India. Yeah, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? But me? I pray you do not consider me chivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Oh, your breast pocket gives us a handsome clue. Nope, it's not it. That's not it. Ah, come on. It's probably behind the thingy, the screen thingy. Oh my god, it's not a rampaging Asiatic lion. No, it's not. Topic 2, the aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrett, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. I wonder what the beast actually is. I'm thinking that it's not actually an animal. No, I don't think it's an animal. Let's see. No, that's not it. Ugh. I'm pretty sure that there's burn marks. Maybe it's the cannon? I'm guessing it has something to do with... Oh! Is it the big bullet over there? Well, I guess it would explain the destroyed state of the house. Yeah. Carpet not on by the starving lion. Sure, that's probably not it. Let's go then. Let's correct his deduction. Yeah! What is the matter with you, Joanne? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runs over. Indeed, my revelation can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but like, could I make an observation? Why certainly, Mr. Naruhodo, what is it again? Well, your deductions just now was horseshit. Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts, right? No, but would not it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his mate would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you're stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. No. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on a great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Oh, what a glorious notion! No, why you too? Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your time to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage
That's all Mr. Sholmes' deduction needed. You can do it!
Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. But still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Now, this is the real shit right here. Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Holmes. You're making a lot of errors. Topic 1. The nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garda, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is not the lion statue. I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garda's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature.
But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So, what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garda's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
It's probably... Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Oh! What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garda's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Oh, I got it! Oh my gosh! The newlywed bride. Oh my god, I got it now. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Garida. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution will be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching too fine. Too late, the fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garida. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam... Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? No, it's not the dress pocket. The beast in question was the woman herself. Well, I don't know about fragile.
Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mr. Garida anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide.
I see. She is probably hiding something. Let's see. Oh, maybe a wedding ring. There it is! Wedding ring! Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garredub's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garredub's lucky bride. You are Mistress Garredub herself. Oh my word! Oh my word! Okay. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is my wife. Yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally corgo. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Ugh. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearance are a folly. You mean Mr. Garredub has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garredub? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip top secret, please. Okay, we got it. The raging wife of Mr. Garredub. Let's see. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garredub. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that bleak pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain you feel being refilled by... Oh. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garredub's wife as a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garredub is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he has not lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true! So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garredub's pain is tangible too. I see that actually. He was slapped. There you go. Slapped cheek. He was slapped by his wife. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel being refilled by the slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refused to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garredub?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the blazes. How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garredub to fly into rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it's this pile of bills. Nope, it's not. No, it's not. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yeah, but now that we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Gerdup's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. It's probably not the pile of bills, but the book? Let's see, bookmark. Maybe not the bookmark itself, but I'm curious. Oh! Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Gerdup is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh, no, so it isn't. It's a note, written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note. Okay. So, we know that this is the cause. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here? Oh my god! Go! But I don't know where... I don't know the Bali women. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you see? That's right, that's what I've been saying! Oh! A likely story. No, listen here, Joan. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's why I'm gonna say it! A likely story. For heaven's sake, women, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. A likely story. Oh, are you questioning my name now? Oh my god, he got slapped again. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me, what could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wondering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Oh, it's a candle! No, not the cake! Come on, Sholmes! Yeah, it did. No, wait. It's the carpet and of course it's the candle. There we go. Candlestick. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at this candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was deformed are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mr. Gerdub's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder, and in seconds the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room is in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a foul lion or a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claw and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of a marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Oh, he stood up. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! And then he went down. Okay. Oh! Oh! Carpet scorched by small fire.
Solve! We solve a case! Deduction complete! Elementary.
It's these long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of a fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. I buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material,
for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't know about admonish. Demolish might be rather closer to the mark. And base is most certainly an description. Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stake's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Oh. Over here, Mr. Garrett? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
Oh, okay.
Wow! Had all my favorite old novels in the case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh! Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books. The books were burning. Worst of it, I lost my favorite. The book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming true again. I assure you the title did not influence my choice in the slightest. So, the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be the correct once again.
No, it was not correct the first time. Only after I stepped in, then that was correct.
It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stake in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock?
So, at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blightly could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing.
Oh, really?
What happened? What? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrett situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstance? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you must not lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no! Is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourself to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrett. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Alright, I guess it's time to visit him again, but I'm curious about something. There's like something there. What a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames. I suppose so. But my whole collection went up in smoke, you know. All those novels I adored so much. Well, John, whose fault is that? Well, not mine, that's for sure. Well, whoever may or may not to be blamed. I'm quite sure that you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you? New old books? Bally nonsense. It does sound like a contradiction. Hey, that's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo, or so I've been led to believe. There's something there, but maybe I can't examine it now? Maybe some other time I'll be able to come back to this room again and do more investigation. Let's move then. Prison. Oh. Ah! Wait, I thought I'm going to prison. What? Why are we stopping here? It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrett house. Hmm? What? What? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you ram-looking ninny-pitty-me? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's the Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about?
Excuse me.
Eh? What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer.
Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'll be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words, this ain't over yet. Get tea to the nunnery. Do I look like a blooming nun to you? What? What are these two? What? Don't tell me they are the witness for tomorrow. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, you art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven than heard Horatio. Oh God, why? I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Gardiff's residence? Oh, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Gardiff mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy of a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be. Battle, did you say? Sorry? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. Ah, I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I don't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Gardiff house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Cell number 9. Are you okay, sir? Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Look, you student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you come back. I'm so touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no. Think of nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing the ponies. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... What the heck are you doing here? It is through friendship, transcending international borders, that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. And now he's shaking! It's you! The miserable rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Safe observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how divested our friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is a bedam. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Moustache's words. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Whoa. Curse trial? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous! I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, okay. You don't mean that the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper! Oh no! What do you mean? Please tell me summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution, ever. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? I am impressed, Mr. Sado. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zig killed the man himself? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. Haha! You have some wonderful notions. Sorry. The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Then, why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper. Fanzi is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. So Sekio-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zee cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my! So the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no. I knew it. Done for two.
Well, we'll still try to defend you tomorrow, sir. Okay, when you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gerdep's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I had only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That did not take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that did not help. The fear would not go away.
You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it! But if not, don't mention it in the first place!" Yes, well said. But it was true! It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. And now I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all? To believe. Yeah. To believe. To believe! Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. That case. The one with the snake? Well, yes, but at the time, I was a suspect. But you believe in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. Why did you forget about it so quickly already? What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? I see, yeah, you mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in the locked room? If you like, yeah? I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I did not do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstance can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, yes, he's right. Look, I'm student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Kazuma, I miss you already. You were so right, Kazuma. I miss Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'll be happy to represent you. Mr. Naruhodo! As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Mr. Naruhodo! I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mrs. Sato, yes, would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Shones believe in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Seiki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it is my job to help him. To fight his corner. Tomorrow. In the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster. Oh man. Let's see. Save my current progress, please. Thank you very much. February. The Old Bailey, defendants, and the chamber. We're back here again! Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'll be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but For the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as a research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Oh, good morning! Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catch the worm, as they say here. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early. But I was so worried I could not catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it! Although, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So all that knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Fancy? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could to find this morning, and yeah, Lord Fancy is on the front page of every one. Oh, I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yep, Inspector Gregson did told us something similar. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Fancy returned. After a long time, the trial of Magnus MacGilded. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today. But we would not have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. And they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Mr. Naruhodo. It's you. Me? I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Oh, thanks for that. Oh, so this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume.
Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. And in we go. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! And in we go, into the courtroom. This is it. My second appearance in the British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believe in me. I believe I can do this now. And so we head into battle. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, there's 6 witnesses. Oh no, that's 6 jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
And he's drinking again. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Holy shit! This man isn't pulling his punches at all. Ah. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe fair play for everyone. Wait! Wait a moment! That's the guy who was witness yesterday!
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that Moustache Foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statements, if you please, Lord Fanzi. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcome, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Holy fuck! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? That was the worst crime ever.
Just look at the sallow complexion and short stature.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hello chalice here in the great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Oh, it's you, Inspector Gregson.
Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
Aw, she seems like such a sweet lady too.
I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. And she's been comatose ever since.
Aww.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. Okay, as I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicle. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Grain, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young woman's life was spared, and she is currently being treated. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence. Okay, let's see. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ow, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor women. Even the scrag-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence.
Okay.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables? I presume. From what we can tell, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I could not say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we have not been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young women? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. You just threw a wine bottle. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hell bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir.
Witness testimony.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Ah, come on. That's really weak. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Yay! If you Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Fancy, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of the stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from the street. Right. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the women in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the women. The fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Mr. Natsume's arrest. Okay. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind. Okay. Maybe I should probably just check my court records. Incident report. A young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. The victim, olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Reporting Officer Rolly B. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by a reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Second-hand book received. The sum of 2 shillings tendered in the receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a mirror for the Gabriel, and Canterbury Yearnings. Oh, maybe it has something to do with the book. Oh, come on. It's in a language that I do not understand. Oh. We can examine this. Oh. Oh! Wait a moment. The tip of the knife, it's broken off. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susado. What happened to it? Do you think it's still lodged in the victim? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. So if it's not lodged in the victim, then maybe this is not the murder weapon? Murder. No, she's not dead yet. There's really nothing that I can, that I can do right now. So I'll just press him. From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman remains in a critical condition? I'm afraid so, my lord. She's being treated at Bard's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could stake a statement, but it was not to be. Yep, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is your on client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it. It's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yeah, there are 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He managed to close the one avenue of... Wait a moment. He has managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust that knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yeah. Those being a number of old books he has just bought. Okay. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the straight map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books, a little place on the corner of Briar Road and Markham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it does not take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Okay, thank you. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yep, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being...
Wait a moment.
Your books! Oh my god! It's the wrong bookshop! The bookshop name! Inspector Gregson, may I ask you for a waiver? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yep. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Oh my god, it's so important, it's so important. Yes, sir, whatever you say. Could the man be a divorced or die? Okay. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop. No, he's not. Because he was from the Your Books. Take that! If I could just stop you over there. What is it? I'm a busy man. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details of the purchase are written here. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Huh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop, not far from the Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here. If that might be of help. Oh, yeah, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, it may very well turn out that he would not have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but it may be a possibility. Is that right, what you just said? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. Please don't tell me the bookshop is like just beside the other bookshop. Inspector Gregson, where is Your Books established? Well, obviously we'll look into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. Oh. Well. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. No, wait. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. Ugh, you put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, he still passed the street. Oh no, there's no doubt he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate from I learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Oh! Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. It's okay. It's okay. We can still win. As I suspected, you can't fool me. I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now. I beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we must not give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Oh no, we must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. So they claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but let's see the court record now. There's really nothing that I can say. He could have... I mean, how do I convince people that he could have gone here? Let's just raise an objection. But I'll just leave it. I'm sorry. I think I'll better leave it alone for now. Very well, if the defense has no rebuttal here. Mr. Naruhodo, as I said before, we can't give up here. We must fight back. Yes, I realize that, but sometimes the best way to fight is to do nothing, you know. But, well, you're right. What am I talking about? Doing nothing won't get us anywhere. It wasn't sitting right with me anyway. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. First, we must deal with the inexcusable tardiness of your objection. Oh, come on! So, oh, come on. Mr. Naruhodo, remember, it's time to fight back. Ugh, I don't know what's worse, the court penalty or Susato-san's piercing stare. Explain yourself, counsel. Yeah, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He would not. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, aha! Yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he does not remember where he was or which route he took home. Oh, come on. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say your insightful jurors? No. But even if that is the case, the defense still... Oh! What? I agree with Lord Fenzi. Wholeheartedly, in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? What? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court. No! Oh no! It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. God! To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve the Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the public. I have to tip this balance of those skills the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. Ugh. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if so it chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with an examination. All the members of the jury ready? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncouth refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. The jury's contention. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that the women in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man would not have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop. But Bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Okay. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears to confess. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could say? It's impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue.
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge onward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your examination. Yes, my lord.
I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes.
Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it.
Yeah, Ryunosuke, you can do it.
Jury examinations. You know, he looks cool like this. For pity's sake, that little Japanese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? If he said that the women in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been a victim. The man would not have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not even her. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? Okay. I wonder how I should do this. Maybe I can press them one by one. Hold it. Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started forsaking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young Hannah pegged as criminals. Oh well, you know, water under the bridge. No, there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our outward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. If he said that the women in green collapsed before his eyes. Okay, I'm gonna press every single one of you. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man was the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the women. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly. But if that is a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are for Rain. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? If I could tell you what's going on through my funny little mind right now, you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there were nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed a crime this awful. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be any more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you're too kind, my lord. That went well for her. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map you made. What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at that moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went. Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes, but why is all of this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went through the shortest route possible. I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I did not just make up my mind on a whim. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road that way, then maybe it would be different. I'll be happy to reconsider my position in that case, honestly. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. So the poor woman was attacked from behind.
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garrett, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid. Oh, so she's keeping up the charade? Ugh. And why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean.
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right, although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes! He was just the sort! What?
Spending all his time in the dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous moustache.
The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something.
Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm. Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She has not said a single good thing. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family. The likes of you would not understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do my kids and wife. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, I remember rightly. It was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop. What? That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street?
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. Oh! Wait, I'm gonna save just because I'm scared of getting it wrong. But I'm guessing that we can fit this statement with this statement. Yeah! Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. Explain yourself. Please don't point, it wasn't me! Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, We now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course! What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodging. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right. Juror number 3, you say the following. The man would not have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Oh! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yep, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Woo! 1 to the not guilty pile. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I should say.
Yay! Not guilty da yo!
Well, we still need to turn more arguments. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely! That's exactly what we gotta do. Fanzi is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Okay, let's continue. I have to say not guilty at this point, so I can see where this trial goes from here. Okay. Maybe I can press her. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat. Let's see. She's still saying the same thing. Oh no. Let's see if someone else is saying something different. Oh! Wait. Alright, so now that this statement is different, because now she can't be attacked from behind, right? Oh wait, I haven't pressed this old man. Sorry? Hold it? Hold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yep. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have just been before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. Huh? What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's why it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get it straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Yep, it's super significant because he's wearing green. And now I know where this is going. Let's go. We can do this. So, let's see. Okay, I'll have to say that this is harder than the previous cases. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out. Okay, I'm gonna put this with this statement. Because she was saying it could have only been the victim. But let's go. Those two statements clearly show a flaw. A flaw? What are you talking about? Well, juror number 2 and juror number 6. Well, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madam? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell down on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean? That's right, I'm referring to the hard of hearing, juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yeah. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell, on Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken a long route back to his lodging. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about if you had not been so daft as to be roaming about there, we would have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, huh? Is it a crime to sleep over on ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, huh? Oh. Oh. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well, I like the old guy.
Bam! Not guilty.
Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The yes 2, the no's 4, so the no's have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. What? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hell of chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Fancy, it seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with the intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? I have not tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Japanese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily faulted by anyone of moderate figure. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong.
No. And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your words? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Okay. Crush in a single sentence. And old man. Oh, cold man, you can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say that I remember. You don't remember? How about Wager, my learned friend? You say that it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ow. Well, I guess we don't have the evidence. Lord Fancy, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during this summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Oh, granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witness? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Fanzi brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh. Oh. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Oh, yeah, right. I remember they were husband and wife. Constable Rolly Beats. So, nothing to report on the street, so.
Huh? Rolly? And I'm Mr. B. Patricia is my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town's hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married for long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
Is he asleep? No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure you've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. Well, that's a really long job. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'll have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Miss B?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Gosh, I can feel for Rolly. Oh! Constable Rolly B, so! Nothing to report on the street, so. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! Oh.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change afterward. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of ours.
Huh!
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off.
We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an opportunity be Hansing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my men. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this course examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witness saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I hear? Well, that's bad. That's really bad. Except the man is so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense? Commence the cross-examination, please. Okay. Oh no. Let's see what the witnesses saw. Okay. Wait. Let's see. Two silhouettes appeared out of fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. I think I'm gonna press them. No time to change afterward, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mr. Bate?
No, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform.
I just finished my beat.
Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy!
Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform.
Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that does not seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day. That's right, so yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But polishing is my life, sir. As long as I am the proud owner of this, I'll serve up my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to us all policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. So, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But so, just on the one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss B puts up with a lot of being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple.
Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of ours.
Sorry, wait. Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. Oh! There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. As I'm sure. As my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Patricia.
Oh, really?
They're still maintaining there was no one else around, other than the victim and the attacker. Hey, it's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. Well, that did not stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off.
Scattered something? What do you mean?
Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Oh yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, the culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed. As clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the... Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
Okay, I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yes, sir. But he went back to sleep.
We ran straight over, of course, and I went for help at a nearby police box.
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right. I asked Miss Big to go. I was off duty by that point. But the Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Your darling looks like he's going to sleep any moment. Yes, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Ah, shit! Ah, shit! I want to... No, wait. Oh no, wait. I wanna press the last statement. Okay. Why do I have? Okay. Why do I always kinda, forget about pressing? Wait. So this one. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. But surely you would not have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Okay. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We are famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Yeah, it was the accused and no mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, and the stub nose. Unmistakable. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any questions. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yeah, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Huh?
What?
No. It's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember everything, every last detail. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Miss Big.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really did not mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mr. B. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Oh! There's only 3 books! He only buys 3 books! Let's see. Maybe I should just be brave and present this. 3, 2, 1, present.
Woo! I got it!
So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, was it earrings, a meal for someone, and the tin gummy something.
I'm sorry, Miss B. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
What?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them.
There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it, I saw them.
No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could be very well mistaken.
Oh no! No!
Oh. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well, you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Huh?
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Bear Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. You mean to say? Oh! Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. Oh! I don't believe it. It's the 4th book! As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! Wait, but the book... Order!
There, you see?
Just look at that. Yeah.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss B, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course, the picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
Was it yearnings? Canterbury yearnings? A meal for someone?
A meal for Goboriot, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss B's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless. But there's only 3 books on the receipt, and she mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the fourth book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the fourth book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder, what became of that fourth book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Oh! You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure. The second photograph. Okay. And then there's the fourth book. A book entitled The Lion's Pride, discovered in the victim's hand at the crime scene. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. Okay, I'm gonna check the evidence first. The lion's... Oh! It's been burned! Oh! Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'll never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste! Judging from the scorched edge of the paper, I think damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Oh! I think that's it for the book, and... yep, there's really nothing here. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining? Yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness' powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my dear darling? Yes, Pat, marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their position? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Oh, come on! You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Take it, Ryunosuke. Take! What do you do now? You know what? The other time I waited, I got a penalty. So right now, I'm just going to object. I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Oh no, I can't think of what to say! If I may, Lord Fenzi, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh! Aw, Susato. That's not your fault. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principle is tolerance. So the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants the further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? Is this possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof that we've been waiting for? The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. It's gotta be this thing. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. No. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on the matter.
What?
When I afforded you with this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yeah, my lord, it's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. You might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the final clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals? Oh, come on, it's so easy. It's so easy. Come on, it's this. Go! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burned to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Huh? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some failed clue as to what happened that day, pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. I think it's the owner. We know who owns the book. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. No, the question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. How can you possibly know? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burned book? Is this guy! The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb, the landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I do not know. But, of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for its jury duty in this courtroom today is no other than Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my goodness. Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife, I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. No. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Oh, good lord, what sort of incident? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Right. There was a fire here, and the book got burned. So how did it come to the possession of the victim? The lion's pride. By Jove, the fearsome title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me! This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. Right, so, okay. So, had all my favorite... Right. So, they were having a dispute, and she was angry and throwing things. And maybe at that time, the book was thrown outside. There was I, backed up against the window under the heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Oh, okay, yeah. So that makes sense now. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Gyarados window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gyarados household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time? Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner will ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gyarados' wife? I mean, I believe it's a possibility, my lord. I mean, there's really no other clue here. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tips set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly, implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your falling defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out of his fancy foreign theories? But I think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is a little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me.
Sorry, what was that?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Frenzy? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still has not been... If your books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear. No. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Mr. Sado,
have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Oh my god. This is a very long case. Yeah, I'm gonna save it. Also, I wonder if it's gonna end soon or what. Cause if it's still gonna be like this long, then I wonder if I should take a break now. Yep, I think I'll just take a break for now. This is too much. Or maybe it won't be long before the end. I'm so curious about the ending too. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break maybe. And I'll be back very, very soon. So, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Let's continue now.
Oh. I have considered the defense counsel request for a further examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense judicial right to this procedure. So, you will now proceed with your second second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. You know what? It's already past midnight. I'm just gonna take this slowly. Judicial findings. The juror's contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, then I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the windows was closed, can it? Dear me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at the home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... What? No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the women and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking that this might be hard. It gets impossible! But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. Okay. That's quite enough. Proceed with the summation examination. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh yes, my lord. Alright, Inosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mr. Gerdeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Gerdeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mr. Gerdeb and how she reacts, even to things other people say. Jury examination. The defense rebuttal. Let's see. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, yeah. Well, anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? Suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed.
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan and rational woman.
That's great!
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So then, why read them in the first place? See? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 mild puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
No.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new facts, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
If you could come up with one. I'll be happy to do that too if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime. The window was closed. But what about the possibility that window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors.
So no, that window was not open.
Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you could not categorically state that the window was not open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. I'm sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Well, isn't that easy? There was a fire. Hearing me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I have you now. There's really no such thing as a laughing incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it up, but himself is playing fire to betray your fear of love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yeah. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrett. Never you mind that the point is we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. I won't have any more of the suggestion it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Okay, well, we'll see about that. But what about the juror number 5? He keeps getting slapped! He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mr. Garrett's relentless onslaught. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is! Lord, I just want to get this over with. Okay. Let's press him. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? if I don't bring home some reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Bate will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave you the sneeze. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top of it. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on the cake? What is it? Some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them up. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture got caught and everything went up. The whole place was filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. By the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave at death. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man story is playing on my mind for some reason. Yeah. So basically, of course they opened the window, because there's smoke. Let's see. We can do this. Let's see. Let's just pit them against this guy, right? Winter house fires are dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. Yep. Let's pit them together. The studio statements clearly not contradict, but like, supplement. They do. Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Was that? Speak up. Speak up, please. Juror number 3, did you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6 account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yeah, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from the fire, you'd be mad to open. Oh! I got it now! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Gerardep household. And Mr. Gerardep had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh my hat! Oh! She's angry. What's up? Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Oh, she's drinking a lot of tea. Miss Gerardep? Oh dear me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something from the court. So please, time to drop the pretense now. What is? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught on fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if it did?
Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mr. Karadeb's formal statement. Nice. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I had clean forgotten, but it's true. Let's see. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I think I'll just put these statements together, right? Like this? Should I do this? Shit. Shit. I got it wrong. Oh no, 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 oh no. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. It's scary. It's too scary. Override. Override. Okay. Okay. Maybe I have to put her statement with someone else's. Look, I just want to get this over with. No. Okay, so since this is a thing now, I'm gonna. Should I put it like this? Should. Okay. No, wait. Or maybe with this old man? Shit! Never mind. You know what? I'm gonna load. Oh god, this is scary. Okay. Let's go. No. Or maybe, should I just do this? Oh no, maybe I should press them all over again. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna press them all over again, to see if like they will give us new information. Oh wait, wrong button. Press. Let's see. I think it's not this one. I'm genuinely confused. Let's see. Okay. At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in the Gerardov household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yeah, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. We also know that Mr. Gerardov was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man out of the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I
I see. That was not enough. What is it going to take to persuade these people? I just need to have to press more. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Gardup told us he had been reading. Oh, well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. Oh, so she admits it now. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you've come to mention it, yeah. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insulted the man. I did not remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Oh, what's up, dude? What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying that brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mr. Gardup or the maid, I'll have you know. The man does not even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You have not heard the half of it, boy. How? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. The next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me it did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can't tell you. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Nahodo, you must not think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow, or they're like, attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and everything later. Am I there? Oh my god! Is this actually an accident? Oh my god. Wait. Then this is... There we go. These two statements have a deeply significant connection. Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever would you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. Huh? What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Gardup's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Gardup's household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mr. Gardup could have thrown a new number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling that this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You gave us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. There was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense theory. The other object that found its way from the Gardup's household to the scene of the crime was the jackknife. Juror number 4, Mr. Gardup. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gardup were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gardup was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that? The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh, even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't know yet. We don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mr. Gardup, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, she collapsed. She just collapsed. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly did not see this coming, but I just don't think it will be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I'll have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mine. Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Oh! We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! So, as a result of the defense summation examination, a number of jurors' rulings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Someone's collapsed. Hello? Someone... Miss... What's her name? Now and then, Lord Frenzy, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Are you gonna throw your glass again? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. I'm sorry. I'm gonna... Right, like a cork wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Ah, he threw it again. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Frenzy, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Gerdev household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Gerdev's house to the scene is some... yeah, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards... that's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? We did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. No. What I think what happened was that she picked the book up. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor lost the sound of his own voice. Miss Osato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4, Miss Joan Gerdev, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. He fucking threw another battle! And unnecessary. Lord Fenzi? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Oh, he's awake now. Yes, sir, because I will really be reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. He's finally awake! Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, you're so heroic, this London Bobby. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, really, my hero? You make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to defense alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir! He's finally awake now. He still kinda looks sleepy. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Gerdev. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Gerdev house are top-hanging casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Ah, okay. Yeah, so It supports my theory that she picked the book up. Well, this is quite startling. Top hing casement windows? That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but... What exactly is a top-hing casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Gardeup's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hing casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Oh, interesting. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't be! Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. He just fucking dies. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. It's okay. I think I can do this, maybe. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gardeoup. Believe me a lot. Okay, no. You see, the windows on the top floor of the Gardeoup's house are top-hing casements. Wait. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Maybe I should just press them. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they are restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Oh, thank you. Oh! Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hing casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mr. Gardeup's house is furnished with? Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh! What's up? Do you have something to add, Mr. B? Mrs. B? Sorry? You look, well, you liked it. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering that, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor women who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on the Rollies beat. It was so close, you see?
Oh, I had not realized.
Oh yes, that's straight Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rollies beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
He's asleep. Constable B. Constable B. Wake up! Huh? Huh? Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Gardeep household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, so... that really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something.
If the Gardeep household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gardeep's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the women had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people, our Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all of his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Patricia, my love. That must be it. Huh. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. And now it's my turn, I think.
Oh my god. Did she move the body? Well, not body, but the victim. Let's see. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I had seen a shooting star, I would have a wish. I would have made a wish upon it.
Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, but with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that's correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
So she did leave the crime scene, but... Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please. Please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, so... I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for a moment. Wait. Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This written copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Gyarados household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Okay. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mr. Gyarados without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny it. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mr. Gyarados if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Gyarados' book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mr. Gyarados' reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes! Hi! This case has nothing new. I'm just gonna press this one. Oh! Oh, okay, okay. Oh! 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 Wait. Sorry, I'm experiencing some technical difficulties. Oh no. What do I do? Wait. I'm actually... my game quit on me. Oh no. Please wait for a moment. Something very wrong happened just now. Oh no, I had to restart the game. There was no other way around it. Well, that was weird. That was really weird. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh. Okay. Let's go. Continue. I hope. Oh, good. It autosaved. That's great. That's great. Oh man, I was worried for a moment. Oh no, never mind. We were back from this? Oh man. Okay, fine. We really are... Wait, oh my god. I'm just gonna try to skip until the part where we left off. Oh. Okay, good. Okay. I'm going to press their statements once more. And go. Look at this boy, he didn't know what a window is. He didn't know what a window. He did not know what a window that goes up like that. What is this called? You know, I just noticed something. The bottom window also has the stay thingy. So does that mean that the bottom window can also be open? Oh. Oh. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. Oh. My lord, oh good. Another desperate situation. It's okay. We can probably still win this. Escape. Okay, I'll press all of your statements. How can you say that for certain? A very good question. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it. Huh? He showed us that before. Did he? I can't say I remember. I do remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bob is good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Czar! Oh, Rolly, you're so manly! Of course I am, darling Patricia. Oh, Patricia. Oh, Rolly! No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Garden? Ah, I see. You should have said so earlier. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? Absolutely. But before I get to the... just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Oh, nice! We got something new in our court record. Wait a moment. Where is it? Why, item 1. The policeman will strive to preserve peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Okay, so basically it's just rules. Oh, wait, I wanna press you. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. And then he marks the map for us. Thank you. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this topic, this window before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gardup house is furnished with? Ah, well, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh. Do you have something to add, Mistress B? Oh, sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor women who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me. But we were just so lucky it did not happen on Rolly's B. It was so close, see? Oh, I had not realized. Oh yes, that's right. Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's Beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Meow. Constable B. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Gardup household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close, huh? Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Gardup household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gardup's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the women had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of Bobby after all. Extraordinary people, our Bobbies tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all of his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Okay. And now it's my turn. You know, I wanna save. I'm scared of, you know, after all of that text, it suddenly force quits. I did not know what happened just now that forced my game to stop. Oh, wait. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling around gazing at the night sky. Right. And this is a complete waste of our time. I remember this dialogue from the last time. So basically they're saying that now they have not seen the book, the fiery book, plunge down. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help. Okay. Yes, you say that you went to a nearby police box to fetch an officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. You know, I think maybe the two of them are conspiring. Because it's their anniversary, so they did not want this incident to hinder their plan. Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. guess we're to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon? This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in a Gyarados household. Yeah, I've read this dialogue before. So, aha! Let's see. There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Oh, yeah, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you?
I can tell.
What? I wasn't really... I mean, what she's doing.
Please, just because I'm a woman, it does not make my testimony any less valuable.
You may just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I adopted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Bate, I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Bate. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes too. Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I did not see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh yes, well that's a little embarrassing really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Oh. Constable B, is there a problem? Oh no. Oh no. Huh? Oh no, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife remarks just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Bate lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly is so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and happenings he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic. I forgot all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Huh? Oh yeah. But that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Bate about the bouquet. Mrs. Bate, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Oh. I think Fan Z also realized what's up.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset when we ran over and saw it. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was dark. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I did not notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. I was flustered. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me, I've gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there, I really can't.
Oh no, I think I just realized what's happening here. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly brought me, with the change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean the sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly brought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Fancy, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gerdib household. In front of the Gerdib's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
A present for Patricia from her husband. The shock of seeing the stab victim caused Mrs. B to drop the rose where she stood. Oh, okay. Got it.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. B. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Stop. Nothing strange to report on that front. Really? Really now. I'm just gonna say for good measure, but I think I know where this is going. Okay. Should I just present? Okay. Yep. You claim, Constable B, there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager? But if that were the case, Why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Beside Mrs. Bates' bouquet, there's Mr. Gerdup's book. Mr. Gerdup's copy of The Lion Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Bates' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gerdup's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. And I think I know who did it.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? Withering on about books and bouquet? Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mr. Gary Depp's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mr. Gary Depp, but deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would have possibly caused to carry out such a thing? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony point to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
I mean, at this point, it's really easy.
It's really easy. There we go. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Well, Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Miss Patricia, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go into the nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
What?
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all.
So where would we have anything to hide? It does not make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Yes, I have. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive of this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. Huh? Huh? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Of course it's here, come on. But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Gerdeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious! Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat that arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books, he moved everything in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Their friend Z said it was not noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it could not be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense theory about what really happened in that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rollybeat? Oh. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly? It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything came out. Everything exposed. Oh, only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too? Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? Are you deaf? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Frenzy, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it will be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's action. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Well, it's this, right? Wait, I'll see if I can examine something.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. This is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
What's this? It's very stylish paper the flowers wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. I see. Is something wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrap a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Susato-san, you do love your cakes. Okay, so there's nothing here. I think it's this. This is the correct answer. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that I've learned that to honorable. Patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the pace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford the simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through the man's mind? But so, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Aww. And he's not denying it. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable B. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said is all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'll ever curse God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I could not believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then... Aww. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor women on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And you can tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yeah, sir, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gerdip's household, of course. But what made you place that book in a fixed hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. I mean, I think I understand what's going on here. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Frenzy. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. What? Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say? Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! Well, at least he did not get, fired. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Souseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Franzi, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Well, it's more of an accident, really. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Jean Gerdeb. Me? Oh dear me! That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Gerdeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gerdeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and I say, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mr. Garden. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury didn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes! Oh! No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What was that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garden? Wait, isn't she? She's basically just admitting that she has several of those knives at home. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'll injure someone. Now you hear, I could not bear it.
Oh, the poor women.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense request to cross-examine these women. Thank you, Lord Frenzy. I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So, I demand your full and all unadulterated testimony, Mr. Garden. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, consuls? Certainly, my lord. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Yeah! Now we're talking. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of him. Witness, state your name and occupation. Yes, my name is John Gerda. And I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters on this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. I think this is it. This is the final showdown. I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dear me. Chin up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now. Aww, his husband. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Better think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your name, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garrett? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes, quite, but that's beside the point.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is quite unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once.
Witness testimony, and probably the last.
Yes, on the day you are referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon headed out too, and got a window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around at our place. Can't say if I had noticed 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that belly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Interesting. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, would have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat whiskers from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Fancy may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Let's do this. This is the last one. Oh god, it has been so long. Yes. Okay. So, I'm pretty sure that we have to prove that the knife belonged to them, right? Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle, you know that sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leather work. Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and fork. What? No, John. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of sniper. Here we go again with the scoldings. Why are they being so evasive too?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is understandable, but go on with your testimony, witness. Okay, sir. And this one. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you have... Yeah, I think we can prove it. But I think I need to press some more. So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof? Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent. You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo? What? You mean it's not a dream?
Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say.
But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method to proving our assertion that this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. I think I have to press them again from the beginning. Gosh. Or I have to maybe, you know, examine the knife. Let's see. Wait. Ah, I'm so close to the end. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be patient and press them all one by one. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was stuck into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garden. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garden found the note discovering her husband's little secret, and she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency to not drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. Oh my god, a likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after all these multiple blows to the head? Oh, let's see. Now, a candlestick over... Yeah. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story down house on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little moustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he received a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea in all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Alright, maybe this is it. Even though the room was on fire, as far as they're concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of the Sato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking of that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was the knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, and a napkin. Chata! Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garden. Don't shoot! Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. Did your wife remarks just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my directions was somewhat more stolid than she implies. Book, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the women's aim is uncanny. She landed the direct hit. Wow! Good grief, women, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh dear me, ever so sorry, dear. What she's even doing with the teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would have never thrown such things at you, obviously. We'll take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, huh? Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual. Oh wait, I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. So your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing. I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It's important. It could be important. Hello? It's obviously very important. The defense believes that Mr. Gardeb's remarks just now to be of great significance. What are you fucking objecting to? This war's veterans' word only tell us one thing. Betrayal of fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. No! It's important!
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not. This is it! Oh dear me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. This is it! This is it! Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Yeah!
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your requests were turned down.
Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it very carefully. And I think I can see... Oh, there you go. Oh, something's just twinkled inside of the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely, it couldn't be. Oh! Oh, can we combine? This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Gardeb's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade?
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Come on! Let's go! We know! Look at this! The knife! The tip of it is broken. Maybe, please.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo.
Just the tip is missing.
Oh, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Gardeb's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit!
Somehow, I just knew it. So now, how do we prove it? I think I'm going to save just in case I presented it at the wrong point of the testimony. But I think I got this in the bag. I'm winning. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Gardeb. So, what can you tell about the court about the knife you used to attack the victim? Okay, this one, right? So, I'm going to prove that this knife is really yours. Mr. Gardeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a valid thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dear me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word. You must be very busy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gardeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Consul? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Ugh. I am. What? when put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Consul. Very well then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Here you go. This is a knife that was found in the victim's bag. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett pipe. Oh, good grief, Lord Fancy! I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Fanzis has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord, the crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Right. Because she threw things at him, and then it broke the pipe in half. But it also broke the knife. The tip of the knife. Oh, dear me. During the argument between those two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrett flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrett, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrett's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh! Oh dear! Oh! No! Wait, I just realized his clothes are burnt off. What? A full-body theory, I'll give you that. A complete bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry, but after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Oh gosh. It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. Sorry. What? Lord Fancy, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Come on! It's so easy! Come on! Oh my god! That's right, you silly man! Now, John, old thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavements before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. This is so easy. This is so easy. Come on. Come on. Order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, I don't... There's a very easy solution. He's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, sir, what really did happen? It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato, you must not worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then the way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. No. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her on the middle or the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel, there is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency, that can explain how the knife that fell above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is it. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will lay bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is either this or this, but I'm just going to say this. This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence that the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Gerdep's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be in the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable B made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But... yeah, right. Oh well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh dear me! Come on, even you should have known this. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gerdev household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw! Yes, Mr. Gerdev, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along? If you were walking along, and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement. Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he did not see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent caretaker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Gerdev, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mr. Gerdev. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear, it's all right. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Oh! Ah! Mistress! She fell down.
Oh! That must have been heavy for him. His knee! He's shaking! He fell!
No! Mister!
So that's it! Huh! Lord Fenzi, what news of Mistress Gerdev? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's event had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young women just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young women had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, or for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Fenzi and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the women next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean will she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start working? Well, it's about damn time. I say I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Farewell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decision. Mr. Foreman. There we go, overwhelming victory. Very well. Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Oh my god. And there goes the fireworks and the confetti. Jeez. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir, of course. All my life. I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Okay. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Oh my gosh. Oh, look. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Nakoto Esquire,
Your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh,
At last, I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hooray!
oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would be so hard to just say that now. Look, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman who was in no way your fault after all? I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer! Yeah? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Why the fuck are you here? I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh!
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. And I wish you the very best of luck. Oh god, you're so fucking late. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain. Ah! It's you, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounter have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming? This is all your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she wouldn't have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but humans after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behave. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Fanzi. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears to trying to make trouble, I will protect you with the Susanoo takedown. Hiya! With a perfectly executed Susanoo takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of marning might be nice next time, Miss Susanoo. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experience to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. So, a work of literature by Soseki-san. It could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London, and now does it feel as though we finally have found our feet?
And you're accommodated in the hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great! And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind a cursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Oh, the cat! We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings into the great detective's office attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out now. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful, then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy? Ah. Locum, I knew that you would not let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we are going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Of course, it's Baker Street! Oh my god. Oh. Oh. The attic room. Well, this is a storage room. So this
is to be our new office. Yes!
our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh!
Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightness of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well unaware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it was not long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
Oh, that's the end? Well, I'm not sure what to say about this. Huh. Well, that's it? That's it? Oh man. I mean, it has been long enough. I've been streaming for what? Oh my god, it's 7 hours and 40 minutes. Well, that was it. That was the adventure of the clouded Kokoro. To be honest, this case was a little bit both overwhelming, but also it's unsatisfactory. I wonder if the story was supposed to be like this. Did I miss something? No, right? Because Ace Attorney games are usually linear. But something about this case, I don't know. Something feels off. But yeah, I'm going to look forward to playing this chapter tomorrow. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. Bye bye. 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 Bye bye.